And good afternoon or good evening. I don't even know what time of day it is anymore. We've been here since, gosh, I don't even know, about 10 a.m. or so. And I got here late. So it has been a long day of baseball here. Fourth game of the day from the Spartan Southern Classic. I'm John Schwartz, bringing you play-by-play coverage of the final game of the day between the 5 and 4 Case Western Reserve University Spartans and the 6 and 2 Ithaca College Bombers. Case, these are two teams actually that have already won a game today. Case Western Reserve, a 10-6 win over Arcadia that earlier in the day, and then just a few minutes ago, Ithaca College wrapped up a pretty exciting 9-8 win over Baldwin Wallace. And so we should have a good one here today between these two teams. Ithaca will be the home team as they take the field. Let's go ahead and get you there. Pardon me, we'll give you their starting lineup in a sec. Let's get the batting order for the Spartans first. Leading things off is the catcher, Jack Anderson. Dane Camphausen batting second and playing first base. Tyler Stilson is the DH in this one. He'll hit third. And then Nick Harms red hot in the cleanup spot, him playing right field. Franco Alonso, he's pretty well also, now up to 452 for the year. He's batting fifth. Matt Trout back in the lineup for the second game today. He'll bat sixth. Logan Andraco, the left fielder, hit seventh. Zach Carinci playing third base and batting eighth. And then Nate Arterburn rounds out the lineup at the ninth spot. Starting pitcher today for the Spartans will be Ayush Shetty. We'll tell you more about him in the bottom of the inning when he takes the hill for the first start of his collegiate career. For Ithaca College defensively, the first baseman is Camden Laney. Second baseman is Connor Peterson. The shortstop is Riley Brody. And the third baseman is Ryan Lobsher. In the outfield, left fielder is Andrew McDermott. Center fielder is Colin Feeney. The right fielder is Ethan McDonough. The catcher is Ethan Dadabo. And on the mound is the lefty Trevor Green. Green 1-0 on the year with a 6.75 ERA through two appearances, including a start. He has gone 6 2/3 innings, giving up just 3 hits for a 136 opponent's average, but he's walked 7 and struck out 6. So appears to be a pitcher, at least through limited numbers this season, a guy that could be hard to hit, but also someone who potentially, can walk a few batters. And so we'll see how that works today for Green, who again is making his second start of the year. Green, who wears number 29. A sophomore from Dorset, Virginia, Burr and Burden High School. He's made 2 appearances so far this year, 2/3 of an inning relief outing and a loss to Salve Regina, and then a nice 6-inning start at St. Joseph's of Long Island. Last year, made 5 appearances, including 2 starts, went a total of just 7 innings in those 5 appearances, and an ERA of 3.86 during his freshman season. And again, the walks that year as well seemed to be a bit of an issue. 8 walks in 7 innings, despite holding opponents to a 174 average. So if you're the Spartans today, looking on the surface, patience is going to be a key at the plate. Try to work him deep into the counts, get him out of the game early, and get into an Ithaca bullpen that may be a little light on arms after just coming off of a game where they had to throw a couple different guys and some of the better arms out of their bullpen the last few days. So we'll see what happens here as the Spartans looking for the sweep of the 2 games today, as is Ithaca. Only one of the 2 teams will come out undefeated on the day, and we'll see how it goes. First pitch on the way from the lefty Trevor Green to Jack Anderson. The preseason All-American is on the outside corner for a called strike, and it's an 0-1 count. Anderson batting at .316 on the year. 1 home run, 6 runs batted in. That went a little low, and it's 1-1. The Spartans played a game that was supposed to start at noon. Didn't start until about 1:30. Ended about 4 o'clock. The team went back to the hotel for about an hour and a half. Got off their feet as a swing and a miss there from Anderson brings the count to 1-2. And then came back to the ballpark, arrived back here maybe about an hour or so ago. I think did a little bit of light calisthenics on the field and ready to go. That went in the dirt, and it's 2-2. Should be a good matchup here today between 2 pretty good teams. The Spartans and the Bombers had never played each other before last year when they faced each other twice. The Spartans winning 9-8 in a tournament at Washington and Jefferson College, and then losing here later in the year. They suffered a 9-4 loss to Ithaca as the count goes full, 3-2 on Anderson. Now the 3-2 pitch. And that one hit hard towards short. Body with it. Had some trouble with the glove in the previous game, but there no problem as he grounds out, or successfully gets the out at first, and there's one gone. So one away now, bases empty for Dane Camphausen, who's hitting at .425 on the season. 7 home runs in 9 games, although it's been a few since he homered. Again, came down to the tournament here with 7 home runs in 6 games. So Dane homerless in his last 3 games, which for Dane constitutes a drought. Fouls that one back. Seemed to be swinging the bat a little bit better earlier today than he had earlier in the tournament. We'll see what he could do here. We're saying that these two teams faced each other twice last year, split the 2 games. There's an opportunity for them to meet again later in the season. As the off-speed pitch in there for a called strike, and it's 0-2. Ithaca came to Case Western Reserve for the NCAA Division III Baseball Regionals, but lost both of the games that they played. As that ball hit in the air, left field, drops in for a base hit for Camphausen. Yeah, Dane is, I think, shortening up his swing a little bit, especially when he falls behind in the count, and I think that's made a little bit of a difference early on in the first couple games of the spring break trip here, and so far so good for Dane, who will now give way to Tyler Stilson. Stilson's average up to .429 on the year. He went 4 for 5 earlier today, drove in 3 runs. He and the batter on deck, Nick Harms, have been a 2-man wrecking crew here in Lexington this year. Fouls back the first pitch, and it's 0-1. That is a really good piece of 2-strike hitting by Dane Camphausen to get on base. I'm saying how Ithaca came, they lost the first game of the tournament to Lynchburg, which ended up winning the regional. They lost the second game to Alvernia, 10-4. 3-1 loss to Ithaca, 10-4 loss to Alvernia, and Ithaca went home after that. But this is a good team. They've gotten off to a good start to the year. That one misses inside, and it's 1-1. A really good game that just happened between Ithaca and Baldwin Wallace. Just a back-and-forth effort, and really turning on the strength of the power of the Ithaca bats in that game. That ball hit in the air towards the gap, right center field. Coming over is the right fielder, and making the catch for the out is Ethan McDonough, and there are 2 gone. So Stilson gave that one a nice ride to the opposite field, but nothing to show for it. And with 2 gone now, Nick Harms will be the batter. Harms coming off a 3 for 5 performance in the early game today. He had 2 home runs the game before that against Baldwin Wallace, so really starting to heat up with the bat. Harms' average for the year is up to .294 after coming into the weekend hitting at .241. The 1-0 offering on the way. Called strike, and it's 1-1. Swing and a miss. Harms took a big cut at that one, and it's 1-2. And a swing and a miss, strike three. Ball was in the dirt. They'll complete the throw to first. And oh, a good job by the first baseman to scoop that. And that will end the inning. So the Spartans get a one-out hit from Dane Camphausen, but he's left stranded. And we'll move along into the bottom of the first. We'll be back in just a minute. Welcome back as the Spartans and the Bombers scoreless. As we get set to begin the bottom of the first. Again, if you're just joining us, apologies, some issues with the stream there. Got those fixed, and we should be all set now. The Spartans got a one-out base hit from Dane Camphausen, and then we're unable to move him off of first base. And now coming to the field for the bottom of the first inning. And let's go ahead and get you the batting order for Ithaca, 6-2 on the year. It'll be Colin Feeney, the left-handed hitter, leading things off. Ethan McDonough, the right fielder, bats second. First baseman and lefty Camden Laney in the 3 spot, and then Logan Scully hitting fourth. Andrew McDermott, the left fielder, hitting fifth. Second baseman Connor Peterson, sixth. Ethan Dadabo, the catcher, bats seventh. Ryan Lobsher, the third baseman, in the 8th spot, and then rounding out the lineup is the shortstop, Riley Brody. For Case Western Reserve defensively, first baseman Dane Camphausen, second baseman today is Franco Alonso, the shortstop is Nate Arterburn, and the third baseman is Zach Carinci. In the outfield, Logan Andraco in left, center fielders Matt Trout, right fielders Nick Harms. Catcher is Jack Anderson, and on the mound making the first start of his career is the freshman Ayush Shetty, who has made one appearance, looked really good, and he'll get another chance here to try to build on that. Shetty, through 2 2/3 innings this season, has not allowed a hit, walked 1, struck out 5. And now we'll get an opportunity to show what he could do as a starter. First pitch popped up sky high in the infield. Alonso puts it away as he battles the lights. And in a ball that was a towering fly ball, a good job by Alonso to stay with it and record the out. So there's one gone. So one away now, and that'll bring up Ethan McDonough, the right fielder, batting at .464, 4 home runs, 10 runs batted in this year. Takes that one up high for a ball, 1-0. McDonough homered a 3-run shot, I believe, in the early game. The 1-0 from Shetty. Down and away, 2-0. Shetty, who wears number 18, a first-year righty out of Alpharetta, Georgia, Northview High School. Up and in now, 3-0. Shetty made his debut in the game against Spalding that the Spartans wound up winning 7-5 and played a key role in that game. Called strike at the knees. It's 3-1. He came in with the team trailing and gave them 2 2/3 near perfect innings. He did hit one batter and walked one, but other than that, really, really solid outing for Shetty. That one misses high, and it's ball 4. And McDonough walks with 1 out. So we'll see if Shetty can work around the base runner with Camden Laney coming to the plate. Laney batting at .323 on the year. 1 home run, 4 runs batted in. Laney went 1 for 4 in the game earlier today. That one misses, ball 1. Shetty just 2 of his first 8 pitches in the strike zone. He may have to shake off some of the nerves that you get when you make your first collegiate start. And this isn't. So that's in there for a strike. It's not like he's getting his first start against, a random team. This is a NCAA tournament Ithaca team. This is a really good team that he's facing. That one in the dirt, and I think it hit him. Indeed it did. So Laney hit by the pitch, and Shetty's going to have to work around some trouble here in the first. So 2 on, 1 out. I'll bring Logan Scully to the plate. Scully, a .238 hitter on the year with a home run and 4 runs batted in. Scully's home run came earlier in the day against Baldwin Wallace in that 9-8 win. Called strike. Looked like a letter-high fastball that Anderson pulled over that outside corner and framed up for strike 1. Shetty from the stretch, with 2 on and 1 away. On the outside corner, strike 2. Strike. Ooh. That looked, frankly, closer to that outside corner than the previous pitch did. Instead, it'll be ball 1. 1-2 the count now on Scully. And that one just misses off the plate, 2-2. Here's the 2-2 pitch. And on the outside corner, they'll say he went around. It'll go as a strikeout swinging. Scully can't believe it, and frankly, I'm not sure. Now, I think there's an argument to be made that that pitch caught the outside corner. I'm not sure Scully swung there. Either way, 2 outs, 2 on, and a chance for Shetty to get out of the inning and work around that walk and hit batter. But a tough hitter coming up, and Andrew McDermott, the lefty, a .375 hitter on the season, takes ball 1, 1-0. McDermott, 1 RBI, 2 doubles on the year among his 9 hits in 24 at-bats. McDonough the runner at second, Laney at first, 2 away, the 1-0 offering from Shetty. Inside corner for a called strike, and the count comes even, 1-1. Here's the 1-1. Squares to bunt, pulls it back, takes the fastball high, throw goes back to second. Tag is in time for the out. And that is a huge mistake by McDonough leading off the bag. He gets picked off by Jack Anderson, and that'll end the inning. No runs, no hits, no errors, and 1 left on. We will move along into the second. Alonzo, Trout, and Andraco due up for the Spartans when we come back. A good job there by Uchetti to work around a little bit of trouble. Hopefully get some of those first inning jitters out and does it without allowing a run. It's scoreless as we move into the top of the second, and the Spartans will send their 5, 6, and 7 hitters to the plate. Alonso, Trout, and Andreyko to face Trevor Green. Will begin his second inning on the mound. He allowed just one hit, a single to Dane Camphausen in the first, left him stranded at first base. Alonso, 4 hits, 2 doubles in the early game today. Drove in 3. Fouls that one back, and it's an 0-1 count. He's hitting a team-high .452 now. 1 home run, 6 runs batted in for him this year. Another strong start to the year for Franco Alonso. Called strike, and it's 0-2. You know, it's funny, last year the Spartans didn't necessarily know what they had in Alonso. He didn't show up on campus, I think, until the spring, as that misses outside 1-2. A graduate transfer from Cornell. And he didn't play much at Cornell. Ground ball hit hard towards short, and frankly, I find that hard to believe with how good he's played here. Throw a little low, but dug out by the first baseman, Laney, and there's one gone. And something to watch today in the field for Ithaca is the play of Riley Brody, who struggled a little in the early game, committed 2 errors, and then was taken out of the game. He's back in for game 2, but just be interesting to watch him and how he plays out there in response to that. First pitch to Matt Trout is down low, 1-0. Trout, the center fielder, hitting a .222 on the year. Fouled off, and it's a 1-1 count. Outside, and it's 2-1. Scoreless game early on in this one. Outside, 3-1. Four baseball games today here at Lexington County Stadium. There's a swing and a miss, 3-2. It'll be a light day tomorrow, just 3 games. Starting at 9 a.m., Baldwin Wallace and Arcadia, then Swarthmore and Ithaca at 12. As that misses up high, ball 4, and Trout works out a walk. And then Swarthmore and Case Western Reserve will be the late game at 3 p.m. We will have video and stats coverage of that 3 p.m. game. Unfortunately, nothing for the earlier 2 games tomorrow, as Logan Andreyko steps to the plate. Andreyko hitting at .344. Takes it up high, ball 1. And this is what you want to do if you're the Spartans against Green. And you're going to have to be patient at the plate against him. At least that's what his track record suggests is the path to success against Green. Called strike, and it's 1-1. Again, entering today, he's only thrown 11 2/3 collegiate innings. He's walked 15 batters in those 11 2/3. So that one ground softly to second, could be 2. Tag for 1, throw on to first, and it's in time for the out. And that will end the inning. So the double play turned by Ithaca, and the second is over. We'll move along into the the bottom of the second. It'll be McDermott, Peterson, and Dadabo due up when we come back. We move to the bottom of the second inning in a scoreless game. Ithaca coming to bat will send McDermott, Peterson, and Dadabo to the plate to start the frame. McDermott was batting last inning when Ethan McDonough was picked off at second base to end the frame. So McDermott gets a fresh count here against Shetty, who delivers a first pitch ball inside to the left-handed hitter, 1-0. Now the 1-0. And a little up, 2-0. Shetty threw 18 pitches in the first inning, just 8 strikes. Now up to 20 pitches with just 8 strikes. So we'll see if he could start to hone in on the strike zone a little bit better here as this game goes on. Swinging at the 2-0 and fouling it back is McDermott. It's now 2-1. Two-one offering. In there, called strike, 2-2. Shetty getting the start today. We should see left-hander Charlie Griffith at some point today in this game. So that one's fouled off. McDermott stays alive. Again, it's been a fun trip so far. And one of the fun things about these trips is that you really get to see some of the pitching depth, especially some of the young guys. We've already seen Oliver Miller. We saw Cody Hughes and Anton Sabo earlier this week. Now we got Ayush Shetty. So that misses down low, ball 4. And the leadoff walk issue to McDermott. Eric Colgrove had a really nice outing earlier in the week against Swarthmore in that loss, but pitched a couple of pretty good innings there. Called strike to Connor Peterson, a .321 hitter on the year with 1 home run and 4 runs batted in. Oh, and they might have picked him. No, just a little late. It's one of those where McDermott just looked like he was stuck in the mud over there first. Now, quick throw over, and it gets away. We have seen a lot of those this week. This one allowed McDermott to get all the way to third. And so McDermott taking advantage of the pickoff attempt by Shetty and moving all the way up to third base. And now potential go-ahead run just 90 feet away. Here's the 0-1 to Peterson. Outside, ball 1-1. Called strike, 1-2. Peterson started to swing at that, held up, but took it for a called strike anyway. Here's the 1-2. And that one's fouled back. Count stays at 1-2. You could see Shetty's game is that he really wants to get you out with that breaking pitch outside. Wants you to reach for that. Spartans pull their infield in, the 1-2. Outside, 2-2. Case Western Reserve trying to cut the run off at the plate. You don't have to do that in this situation. It's sort of a preference, but Spartans will play it aggressive here. Ball 3, full count, 3-2. And that's high, ball 4. Third walk of the game issued by Shetty, his second of the inning, and now runners on the corners, nobody out, and Steve Grunberg, the pitching coach for the Spartans, is going to come out to try to calm Shetty down a little bit here. Again, he looks a little nervy in this one. So we'll see if Shetty can lock in a little bit here. He's thrown 32 pitches today, 14 balls, 18 strikes, and that's not the ratio you're looking for. So he's going to have to find a way to settle in here a bit. Meeting on the mound breaks up. Everyone will retreat to their positions. We'll see how the Spartans play it defensively. I imagine we're going to see him shift into double play depth here, and we'll trade a run for 2 outs if they could get him. So this will bring Ethan Didabo to the plate, the catcher, looking for his first hit of the year. He's 0 for 3 so far. Corinthian at third. Called strike to start the at-bat to Didabo. Not quite the same combination as last year when Ithaca had Louis Fabo and Ethan Didabo in the same lineup. So that misses down and in, 1-1. Shetty trying to work around trouble in the second. Runners on the corners, nobody out. That one in the dirt, blocked by Anderson. Pickoff attempt to first, and no, he's safe. Boy, awfully close. Camphausen is saying he got him. He's telling the umpire out in the field. It's 2-1 count meanwhile. And unable to hold up there is Didabo as the count goes to 2-2. You know, you're in these situations, and as a pitcher, you start to think about the pathway out of it, and certainly a strikeout and a ground ball is one way you could get away unscathed. Here's the 2-2. Sent foul. Count stays at 2-2. And a swing and a miss, strike three. And there's the strikeout. And all of a sudden, again, maybe if you're Shetty here, you say, okay, I got that first out. Now there's this little light that I could see there that I could get out of this inning if I play my cards right here. But again, a tough hitter coming up right now in Ryan Laubscher. Laubscher hit a home run earlier today, and that one lined it to left field for a base hit, and that'll get Ithaca on the board. Laubscher, first pitch swinging, lines one to left. McDermott scores. Peterson stops at second, and Ithaca jumps out to the 1-0 lead. So one out still. First and second now with one away. And the shortstop, Riley Brody, will be the batter. And he dribbles one foul down the first base side, 0-1. Now the 0-1 pitch. Breaking ball in there for a called strike. That is a good backdoor breaking ball from Shetty. Brings the count to 0-2, and World is his oyster now on the mound. He can throw whatever he wants in this situation after you catch that outside corner with a breaking ball like that. You come fastball in, you go breaking ball again. That time he comes fastball high. It just misses for a ball, 1-2, and I think that's a setup pitch. Certainly you're thrilled if Brody swings at that, but now you have an opportunity to pair that with a breaking pitch off that outside corner. Here's the 1-2. And that one just misses inside. Boy, awfully close. That's the one thing with Shetty right now. Again, 21 strikes, 22 balls so far. He's not missing by a lot with some of these. Here's the 2-2. In the air, center field, deep but playable. Trout back, makes the catch for the out. Runner tags from second. Throw comes into short, where Arterburn fields it, and that will be the second out of the inning. There'll be runners on the corners, and again, if you're Shetty right now, the way this inning has gone, if you could somehow get out of it with just the one run allowed, you're feeling pretty good about yourself, I think. Back to the top of the order, meanwhile, and this will bring Colin Feeney to the plate, who popped out to second his first time up. Feeney now hitting a .233 on the year. Fastball right in there for a strike, 0-1. And I have not watched Feeney enough this year, but the way Shetty just threw that pitch, it makes you think Feeney more often than not always takes first pitch. Swung on, chopped foul, and it's 0-2. See if Shetty can finish the inning off. First and third, two away. The 0-2 from Shetty. Up high with the fastball. There's that setup pitch again, 1-2. Boy, if I'm Shetty here, I try to mix it up a little and jam him up and in with a fastball. See if you can sneak it by him here, thinking that there might be an off speed coming. Trying to break that off the lower inside corner. It's 2-2. Two-two from Shetty. Feeney awaits. And he fouls it back. Count stays at 2-2. And that ball lifted in the air, down the line and right. into the corner. Making the catch is Nick Harms for the out. And that will end the inning. And again, if you're Shetty there, I think you got to be happy you held Ithaca to 1 run. It was an unearned run, and it'll move us along into the 3rd inning. The Spartans will send Carinci, Arterburn, and Anderson to the plate when we come back. One to nothing lead for Ithaca, and so far so good. Impressive start so far for Trevor Green, who again, coming into today's 6 2/3 innings, 7 walks, 5 hit batters. So far through the first 2 innings of this one, he has walked just 1 and is yet to hit anybody. That one behind Carinci for ball 1, 1-0. Zach Carinci hitting at 111. He's won for his first 9 at the plate this season. Sends that foul, and it's 1-1. Again, I think Zach's going to find his role on this team at some point. So that one fouled away, 1-2. But it has been a bit of a struggle in his limited opportunities so far as he tries to get his year on track. Just off that outside corner, 2-2. Two-two pitch to Carinci. 3-2, full count. Again, these are the at-bats the Spartans need to have here against Green today. 3-2 on the way. Fastball in the air, down the line and right, long run over, coming over, sliding, and making the catch in fair territory is the right fielder, Ethan McDonough, to take a hit away from Zach Carinci. Now, that's sort of how this season has gone for Zach. And robbed of a hit there. And the bases are empty now for Nate Arterburn with 1 away. First pitch misses, ball 1. That one lifted in the air, shallow left, long run in, dropping quickly, diving and making the catch in left. That is Andrew McDermott for the second out of the inning. So 2 diving outfield catches, 1 in right, 1 in left. And Ithaca flashing some leather here in the 3rd inning. So 2 gone now, and Jack Anderson will be the batter with the bases empty. Anderson 0 for 1 with a ground out to short. That's a called strike, 0-1. That's outside. Ball 1-1 the count. Ground ball hit to short, should end the inning. Throws on to first in time. And a 1-2-3 third inning for Green, and we'll move along into the bottom of the third. 1-0 Ithaca leading. McDonough, Laney, and Scully due up when we return. Ethan McDonough leading things off here in the third for Ithaca, 1-0. Bombers with the lead, each team with one hit. McDonough drew a walk and then was picked off at second base to end the first inning. Shetty has worked into and out of trouble each of the first two innings. See if we can get a nice smooth third here. Tough three hitters to try to get out, though, including McDonough, who's hitting a .464 on the season with 4 home runs. 2-1. McDonough, Laney, and Scully, the three hitters due up here in the third against Shetty, who's in his first collegiate start. Ground ball to third. Stilson fields. Oh, that's Carinci who fields it nicely and throws on to first to get the out. That's the one thing with Zach, as whatever his health has been, Zach has always played a solid defensive third base. Did a nice job on a hard hit ball there. So one away now. And the batter is Camden Laney, who takes a called first strike, 0-1. Earlier today, the Spartans with a 10-6 win over Arcadia. Oh, and 2 now the count. Ground ball hit to short. Arterburn. 2 gone. 2 ground outs to the left side. And now Logan Scully, who struck out swinging in the first, will be the batter. Scully, .227 hitter on the season. 5 hits and 22 at-bats now. Takes that one outside, ball one. And one misses outside, 2-0. Fouled away, 2-1. That was the 60th pitch of the game for Shetty. We'll see how stretched out he is. Called strike, 2-2. You know, it's interesting because you go through different phases in your season, and, you know, for the Spartans, typically get those first 2 weeks, try to feel out what they have pitching-wise. As the breaking ball a little bit low, full count 3-2. Then you get here to South Carolina, and you've got to throw a lot of different pitchers in not very many days. This is a stretch of the Spartans, 9 games in 8 days. 3-2. Off the outside corner, ball 4. Fourth walk for Shetty today. He's walked 4, hit 1. So again, said it earlier, Trevor Green, who came in with the resume of being someone who throws a lot of pitches out of the zone. Shetty has been the one today who has walked more than his share. That one bunted third base line. It's going to stay. No, heady play by Zach Carinci. Boy, veteran over there at third. He saw which way that was rolling. That ball made a U-turn. What happened was it rolled up the line, it hit the grass, and the grass kind of propelled it back the other way. But that was a near perfect bunt by McDermott. And, you know, Zach, you know, again, I think he kind of reached a point where he said, hey, I don't have a play on it, so I might as well let this thing roll and hope for the best. And the best is probably what happened there. Rolled out foul. Ball 1, 1-1. That ball made it about 75 feet or so down that third baseline before it turned out of play. 2-1 now. Fouled away, 2-2. Shetty a strike away from getting through the third. Here's the 2-2. Curveball outside corner, called strike 3. Nice backdoor breaking ball from Shetty to get the third out of the third inning. He works around a 2-out walk, and we'll move into the fourth. Case Western Reserve trails 1-0, but it sends Camphausen, Stilson, and Harms to the plate in the fourth when we come back. We'll move along to the fourth inning, and a competitive ball game so far. I think, at least through the early part of this game, this might be one of the few games we've had since we've come down here that there haven't been double-digit runs scored by this point in the game between the two teams. I mean, just looking at our 4 games today, after 3 innings between Swarthmore and Arcadia, it was already 6-4. Between Case Western Reserve, it was 4-1. Case Western Reserve and Arcadia. Between Ithaca and Baldwin Wallace, it was 6-2 by the end of the 3rd inning. So we got a little bit of a pitcher's duel here. Not too bad as Dane Camphausen steps to the plate and takes ball 1 to lead off the top of the 4th in a 1-0 game. Camphausen, the only hit of the game for the Spartans. Can't hold up there. And it's a 1-1 count. Here's the 1-1 to Dane. Inside, 2-1. Swing and a miss. Good breaking ball off that outside corner, 2-2. Full count, 3-2. Full count, pitch to Camphausen. Outside, ball 4, and Dane's on for the 2nd time today. So Camphausen reaches on the walk. Tyler Stilson will be the batter now. Stilson flew out to right in his first at bat. He's now hitting at .417 on the season. Camphausen takes his lead from first. Stilson sends that through the left side, and that's a base hit. So Stilson jumping on the first pitch from Green of the at-bat. And that's the 2nd hit of the day for the Spartans, who have 2 on, nobody out, and Nick Harms coming to the plate. I can tell you one thing, Nick won't be sacrificing anyone over here. Harms, a power hitter and a hot one at the plate at that. Harms went 3 for 5 with 2 doubles in the early game today. Against Baldwin Wallace on Sunday, Harms had 2 home runs, turns on that first pitch, and sends it foul, 0-1. He was 2 for 5 in that 2 for 4 in that game with 5 RBIs. The 2 shots he hit were absolute moonshots. The first one was one where the outfielders didn't move. The second one, everybody's jaw just dropped after he hit it. It was a absolutely towering shot down the right field line against Baldwin Wallace. 1-1 now the count on Harms with nobody out and 2 on. Nick hitting a .286 on the year. He's driven in 12 now on the season, behind only Dane Camphausen, who has 15 on the team. Here's the 1-1. And that one hit in the air, deep towards right field, back at the wall, looking up, and it's gone. Nick Harms continues to rake. His 3rd home run of the season, his 3rd in the last few days. Harms racing around the base paths. He's got to be careful not to pass Stilson here. But Nick Harms does it again, a 3-run homer, and the Spartans lead 3-1. Boy, oh boy. Well, it was Dane Camphausen who carried this team through the first 2 weekends of the year. But Nick Harms, over the last couple of games, has just been an absolute force at the plate. And that one was another, maybe not quite as no-doubter as the others, but boy, I'll tell you, he is loving that right field fence here in Lexington. Franco Alonso now at the plate, behind in the count 0-1. Fastball comes up high, and it's 1-1. Let's see if that could pump a little energy into the Spartans here after a long day of baseball. It's in the dirt, 2-1. You know, you sit down on your couch or in front of your computer, you turn on the game, and I think you think, okay, well, the players show up at the ballpark, they're good to go, they hit, they play their 2.5, 3-hour baseball game, and then they head home. You know, the amount of time that these guys spend prepping for the game. I mean, you know, listen, I work with all the varsity sports at Case Western Reserve, and I will tell you that while baseball, like the act of playing baseball, might not be the most strenuous, as a swing and a miss from Franco Alonso, strike 3, first out of the inning. You know, while the act of playing baseball might not be the most strenuous, if you look at what the team went through today, so bus leaves the hotel at 10 o'clock this morning. It's about a 30-minute drive or so to get here. Team gets to the field. They hit a little. They wait around. They wait a little bit more. They get out on the field. They warm up. Before you know it, their game starts at 1:30. Is an 0-1 count on Matt Trout. Trout reached on a walk his last time up. Swings and hits that foul down the third base side. It's 0-2. But, you know, they play a game. It's a 2-hour, 45-minute game that's longer than most sports in terms of length of game. And then they got to go, you know, you got about an hour and a half or, you know, a couple hours to kill before you have to come back here and do it all over again on a day like today. And so if you look at the team, they have been up and going since, you know, 9, 10 o'clock in the morning, and it's pretty much been nonstop for them. You're talking 12 hours. I mean, this is exhausting at this point. And so to bring it full circle, sometimes you need those big shots like Nick Harms just provided to spark a little energy in the team. 1-2 now the count. Here's the 1-2. Outside, 2-2. Here's the 2-2. Ground ball, third base side foul. Count stays at 2-2. That being said, it has been an absolute beautiful day here in Lexington after the rain out yesterday. It's like we moved to a different climate overnight. 2-2 pitch. Up high, full count. This is a really good at bat for Trout. Eighth pitch of the at bat coming up. Green gets the sign he likes. Now Roxon delivers the payoff pitch. Outside, ball 4. And Trout draws the walk. Now bring Logan Andraco to the plate, who grounded one softly to second in his first at bat of the day. That turned into a 4-4-3 double play. Logan at .333 on the season now. Up and in, ball 1, 1-0. Yeah, after yesterday was rainy and about 40 degrees outside, today was sunny and 70. It was absolutely perfect outside. Although rumor has it, if you're watching from Cleveland, it was pretty nice out there too today. I got a call from my wife and kids earlier. They were in short sleeve shirts, which for Cleveland on March 11th is pretty darn good. In fact, supposed to be really nice weather, too, on the way back home when Case Western Reserve will stop off at Marietta. Supposed to get some great weather in Marietta this weekend as well. I believe Ithaca, if I'm not mistaken, is headed up to Marietta, too. Swing and a miss from Andreyko, who ramped up on an off-speed pitch. And it's 2-1. Personally think it's kind of nice to have that trip home split in two. As that one ground to third, this could be two. To second for one, on to first, and the throw gets away. And so no error there. It'll go as a ground out. A fielder's choice, I should say, to third. Two gone now as the inning stays alive for Zach Carinci. Carinci 0 for 1, flew out to right field, had a hit taken away from him on a diving catch and right by McDonough his first time up. That ball in the dirt blocked nicely by Didabo. Did it hit him? Yeah. Hold on. Carinci was going down. The umpires will talk this over. Carinci's going to go to first, but let's see what the call is here. The home plate umpire went to talk to the umpire in the field. Now, that would suggest that the home plate umpire didn't see it. And, yeah, they'll call him back to the plate, and that'll bring Matt Englander out to argue. And I think the umpire is saying, hey, I just didn't see it. I can't call something I didn't see. And, you know, I can tell you one thing, knowing Matt Englander for about 20 years now, that answer will probably not make him feel any better about the situation. Either way, everyone will retreat. Not much you could do about it. See if Zach can use this to his benefit. Maybe produce a run here with Andreyko at first and 2 away. He'll get a chance to swing the bat here. Here's the 1-0. That one on the outside corner, called strike, 1-1. I will tell you, and again, I'm jaded. I know some of the guys on the team from their years. Zach's not the kind of guy to run off to first base if he wasn't hit. So, you know, but if you're the umpire, you can't judge it on that, and so that's where it gets tough. But not much you could do if you don't see it. So that one's down low, ball 3, 3-1. It's been a laborious inning for Green, who's now up to 71 pitches on the day. That one fouled back. Count now full, 3-2. Payoff pitch on the way to Carinci with 2 outs. Andreyko will get the early start from first. Green looks in, and he'll throw down to first. Andreyko back. Here's 3-2. Outside, ball 4. So, in the end, it's the same result, except Green had to work a little bit harder to get there. And now it's first and second, 2 away for Nate Arterburn. If nothing else, the bottom of the order will clear for the Spartans here. Love to see Arterburn get going here with a big hit. It has been a struggle with the bat. He's the kind of guy that finds ways to be productive even though he's not hitting at the moment. But they're going to reach a point where he's going to need to find a way to hit something here. Coming to bat now with 2 outs and 2 on. He flew out to left his first time up. Takes a called for a strike, and it's 0-1. Arterburn was robbed of a hit his first time up on a diving catch in left by McDermott. McDermott also had a diving catch to end the win over Baldwin Wallace. Is swing and a miss there, and it's 0-2. First and second, 2 away, 0-2 count on Arterburn. Here's the pitch. And it hit him. And boy, that is one that Green is going to wish he had back. Ahead in the count, 0-2 on Arterburn, the 9-hitter who's been struggling at the plate, and he hits him. And that brings up Jack Anderson, who can really put some distance between the Spartans and the Bombers here with a base hit. Bases juice for Anderson. Jack is not afraid to swing at a first pitch in this scenario, which I hope he doesn't, because I'm trying to find his stats with the bases loaded this season. This is his first at bat with the bases loaded this year. And he takes the pitch in the dirt, ball 1. As a team, the Spartans are hitting .286 with the bases loaded coming into play today. 1-0 to Anderson. He's got to get ready to ambush Green if he takes one off and parks one in the strike zone. 2-0. The problem is that I'm not sure Green knows where the ball is going right now. So I'm not sure there's a situation where if you're Anderson, you can really jump on a pitch here. Just got to be ready to hit if you get your pitch. 2-0. Inside, ball 3. Well, Anderson 100% has a green light to swing here, but again, I'm not sure this is the pitcher to do that against. But again, Jack's going to swing if he gets a pitch to hit here. There is no doubt he is all green right now. And he doesn't get a pitch to hit, ball 4. A 4-pitch walk with the bases loaded brings across a run. The Spartans have hit around now here in the 4th, and Dane Camphausen, who led the inning off with a walk, will be the batter. That is the 4th walk of the inning issued by Green, who had been cruising up until this point. But this inning, he has walked 4 and hit 1. It's now 4-1 Spartans. And I think that might be it for Green. And the Ithaca head coach coming out. That is David Valicente. He took a look down to his bullpen before he came out, kind of nodded, and I think he's going to make the change, and he will. He was just trying to buy a little extra time out there. So Dane Camphausen will be the batter, who will greet the new pitcher coming in. 4-1 Spartans leading. We'll go to the bottom of the top of the 4th. Still 2 outs, bases loaded when we come back. 4-1 Spartans leading. New pitcher coming in for Ithaca will be the righty. It's number 3, Dan Kellican, the senior out of Mount Sinai, New York, Mount Sinai High School. 6 foot tall, 210-pound righty. Kellican this year, 1 appearance. He pitched an inning, struck out all 3 batters he faced. Did not allow a hit or a run, so 1 really solid inning this season for Kellican. We'll see if he can probably put together a little bit more here. You would imagine that they're going to look for a little more distance out of Kellican. Kellican, a career 5.28 ERA and 11 appearances last year, all out of the bullpen. He was 2-0 with a 4.58 ERA, 15 strikeouts in 17 2/3 innings. First pitch to Dane Camphausen, misses outside, ball 1, 1-0. And yeah, Kellican's coming into a tough situation, bases loaded, and one of the best hitters in Division III at the plate. And Camphausen, 7 home runs, 15 RBIs this season for Camphausen. And a called strike on the outside corner, 1-1. That looked a bit outside from up here. Well, you set him up with that pitch. You got to throw another breaking ball outside now to Camphausen. See if you can expand that zone a bit. Down low, 2-1. Camphausen a chance to bust this game wide open with 2 outs in the 4th. 4 runs across this inning already for the Spartans. Here's the 2-1. Outside, ball 3. And if you're Kellican now, don't envy him in this scenario. A situation where you have to throw a strike to a guy who can punish you if you do. 3-1 pitch. Kellican comes set. Here's the pitch. And it's a called strike just on the inside part of the plate under the letters. And the count full, 3-2. So the merry-go-round will be in motion. At first base, Jack Anderson. Nate Arterburn at second. Zach Carinci at third. 3-2 pitch to Camphausen with 2 away. Kellican comes set. Rocks and delivers. And it's outside, ball 4. And that'll bring across another run. That is the 5th walk of the inning. And now Tyler Stilson, who singled and scored a run earlier in the inning, will be the batter. It's now 5-1, Spartans leading. And that one is low, 1-0. And if you're Stilson here, you have to be aggressive. Be ready to ambush Kellican if he throws one in the zone. There it is. That ball lifted in the air, deep to right, but the ballpark will hold it. And right field coming over and making the catch is McDonough, and that'll end the inning. But Case Western Reserve takes advantage of 5 walks and a hit batter. They have 2 hits, one of them a 3-run homer by Nick Harms, his 3rd in the last 3 games. And Case Western Reserve has taken a 4-run lead. It's 5-1 as we move into the bottom of the 4th. Peterson, Dadabo, and Lobsher due up when we return. Peterson leading things off this inning as the Spartans now with a 5-run lead for Ayush Shetty. That one grounded hard towards Lowell. Backhanded by Arterburn. Throw off the back foot. Camphausen applies the tag, and he's out. Boy, oh boy, you know, as good a defender as Nate Arterburn is, he had been not as sharp as we were used to seeing him, at least the last few games. In the 2 games today, his defense has been spectacular, and that is the old Derek Jeter play at short. That half slide, pop-up throw, beautiful play by Arterburn for the first out of the inning. And a called strike now to start the at-bat to Dabo, who struck out swinging in his first at-bat. Ayush Shetty begins his 4th inning of work. Now working with a lead for the first time today. A little high, and it's 1-1. For Shetty, the goal now, at least for the short term, just keep throwing strikes. 2-1 now the count. Again, this is a good hitting Ithaca team. But you know, probably the better way, let me rephrase that. It's not keep throwing strikes. It's compete in the strike zone is what you want to do now with a 4-run lead. 3-1 now the count. And if you're going to get beat at this point, make sure you get beat by them hitting their way into this game. Don't get beat by issuing walks right now. The 3-1. That ball hit in the air into center field, Trout pulls up on it and lets it fall in front of him for a base hit. So Dabo, 3-1 pitch, singles to center field, his first hit of the season. And a runner on for Ithaca with 1 away. And Ryan Lobsher will be the batter. Lobsher 1 for 1 with an RBI single. He drove in the only run of the game with that base hit back in the 2nd. And he swings, loses the bat. Matt Englander retrieving the bat for Lobsher there. I'll tell you, Lobsher does not get cheated on his swings, does he? Here's the 0-1. That in the air, deep to right. Harms, though, has a beat on it, makes the catch for the 2nd out of the inning. Double barrel action in the Spartans bullpen. And if I'm not mistaken, that is Charlie Griffith and Jeff Radinsky who are both throwing out there currently as Brody takes the first pitch for a strike. And it's 0-1. Outside, ball 1, 1-1. Called strike outside corner. Jack Anderson might have bought a strike for Shetty there. He framed that perfectly. Just a veteran catcher move there by Anderson, and it's 1-2. That misses. 2-2. 80 pitches deep now is Shetty. I got to imagine that this will be his last inning with the action in the bullpen. Chopper, first base side. Foul, though. Count stays at 2-2. Little up. Full count 3-2. So Dabo will get the early start from first with full count and 2 outs. Shetty trying to put an exclamation point on his first collegiate start. Here's the 3-2 pitch. And it's a dead ball. It hit the umpire. Did he call ball 4? I think he did. So that'll be ball 4. It'll be first and second now with 2 away. And so 2 outs now and back to the top of the order. This is Colin Feeney. Feeney 0 for 2, a pop out and a fly out. Swing and a miss, 0-1. Third time through the order now for Shetty. And again, one way or the other, this might be his last batter. Shetty now up to 84 pitches. That in the air, deep towards right. Harms looks up, and it's gone. A deep shot there by Feeney. And that will pull Ithaca closer. It's now 5-4. So Feeney gets Ithaca back into the game, his second home run of the season. And it's now a 5-4 game. Danger not done yet here with Ethan McDonough at the plate representing the potential game-tying run. Big swing and a miss to start the at-bat. McDonough 0 for 1 with a walk and a ground out to third, but he's hitting a .448 on the year. Dangerous hitter at the plate. Swing and a miss, 0-2. Foul back. Count stays at 0-2. 88 pitches now for Shetty. Trying to get through one more batter. Here's his 0-2 offering. Little high, 1-2. Down and in, 2-2. Two-two pitch. And that just misses. Maybe a little high, full count, 3-2. So McDonough works the count back full after falling behind 0-2. Now Shetty will have to try to finish him off. 3-2 count, 2 away. Here's the pitch. And it's low, ball 4. And I think that's going to be it for Shetty. Matt Englander coming out. And with the potential game-tying run on the base paths. No sign to the bullpen yet, but I think it's coming here, and indeed it is. So the Spartans will make the pitching change. We'll be back, let you know who's coming in just a minute. New pitcher on the mound for the Spartans will be Jeff Radinsky, the 5'9", 155-pound freshman out of Port Washington, New York, Paul D. Schreiber High School. Area of the world I am very familiar with. As Radinsky, the lefty, delivers the first pitch, strike to Laney, and it's 0-1. Camden Laney at the plate is 0 for 1, has been hit by a pitch and grounded out. Radinsky, as he gets the ground ball there, Carinci with it, throw to first is on target, and that will end the threat here in the fourth, but a 3-run homer by Ithaca, and the Bombers back in this one. It's 5-4 as we move along into the fifth. Harms, Alonzo, and Trout due up. 4, 5, and 6 in the order when we come back. Five, 4 Spartans. Fifth inning coming up. Top of the fifth. Spartans will send Harms, Alonzo, and Trout to the plate. Kellican staying in the game for Ithaca here. He walked one with the bases loaded and then got a fly out to right to end the inning. And now working with a bit of renewed life here with his team down just a run. 5-4 the score. A red-hot Nick Harms strides to the plate. His average now above 300 for the first time this season. And he takes a strike on the outside corner, 0-1. Harms a 3-run homer in his last at-bat. He's now tied for the team lead with 15 RBIs. Fouls that one off. It's 0-2. Actually, I take that back. Dane picked up one more RBI after walking twice, once with the bases loaded last inning. And so Dane with 16 RBIs this season. Nick has 15. That one hit hard and through for a base hit. Boy, it took Nick about 2 weeks to get going, but trust me, he's going right now. He is swinging a good bat, and the Spartans have the leadoff man on, and Harms a guy that, you know, he's not your typical slugger. You can put him in motion. He is a really good base runner. By the way, I'd like to point out that Harms hit came with 2 strikes. Just, again, shortening up that swing, pulling it through the hole on the ground. Easy. Franco Alonso, a .424 hitter on the season, takes ball 1-0. Called strike, 1-1. Line drive, base hit into right. Harms will stop at second, but back-to-back singles off Kellican to start the inning. And it's first and second. Matt Trout will be the batter. We'll see if the Spartans look to sacrifice here with Trout at the plate. Trout does not have a sacrifice bunt this season. The Spartans as a team only have one sacrifice. He's swinging away here and takes the pitch inside, ball one. Called strike, 1-1. A little bit more of a chill in the air now that the sun is set here. But, again, compared to where we came from, this isn't too bad. That one hit high in the air, center field. Catch is made, tagging from second, but staying there will be Harms. And the runner's forced to hold as Trout flies out for the first out of the inning. So one gone now for Logan Andraco, and mention Logan's batting average wouldn't tell you that he's struggling necessarily, and I'm not sure that struggling is the right word, but he was such an impactful player for this team last year. He's not quite at that same level right now, and trying to get into the groove at the plate. Left-handed hitter, batting at .324, squares to bunt, pulls it back, and takes it down and out for the ball. 1-0. Don't think Logan is actually bunting here. He's certainly not sacrificing. If anything, he's bunting for a hit, but I don't think he's doing that either. Here's the 1-0. Runners will go. And that pitch is popped up in the infield, and everyone's going to have to hurry up and get back. See if it hangs up long enough to prevent a double play. It does. But the pop up there on the hit and run. And all of a sudden, there are two outs. So the Spartans had the first two runners on, but now in danger of being held scoreless in the inning unless Zach Carinci can pick up a big hit here. Carinci walked and scored a run his last time up. First pitch to Carinci. Fastball outside corner, 0-1. Here's the 0-1 pitch to Carinci. In the dirt. Count evens, 1-1. 2 outs, 5-4 the score. We're in the top of the fifth inning. Spartans have two men on. The 1-1 pitch from Kellican. Outside corner, 1-2. And Kellican a strike away from working around 2 hits to start the frame. One and two the count, 2 away. Harms at second, Alonso at first. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Runners go. Ground ball hit softly towards first, scooped, and bobbled, and coming all the way around to score is Harms. Great base running. It'll be an error on the first baseman. And again, just great base running from Nick Harms, who never stopped. And it's now 6-4. That is a huge play there. Again, Laney came off the bag. It wasn't a hard roller, but I think was thinking about the flip to first before the ball got to his glove and maybe came up a bit early on that one. And so now Nate Arterburn, the batter, he was hit by a pitch his last time up. In fact, a huge play in this game was when Arterburn fell behind in the count, 0-2, and then was hit by an 0-2 pitch. And that led to 2 more runs coming across last inning. See if we can extend this inning further. The 0-1. That one's fouled back, and once again it's an 0-2 count on Arterburn. 2 away, 2 on. The 0-2 pitch. Ground ball, hit it back up towards the middle, and the throw to first is on target. Nice play by the second baseman to get the out. Well over behind the bag was Connor Peterson, and that is a tremendous play by Peterson there. 1 run, 2 hits, an error, and 2 left on, and we'll move along into the bottom of the 5th. The Spartans add on a run, and they now lead 6-4. It'll be Scully, McDermott, and Peterson when we come back. Jeff Radinsky came on to get the final out of the 4th on a ground out, and he'll start the 5th inning clean. He'll give us a chance to talk a little bit more about Radinsky here, who's making his 3rd appearance of the year. Radinsky made his collegiate debut against DePaul in the 8-6 Spartans loss. Through an inning, gave up 1 run on 2 hits and struck out 1 in his college debut. Then came back the following weekend against Ohio Northern, pitched in that 10-6 loss, and pitched a perfect inning. He struck out 1, faced the minimum number of batters, just 3, and so Radinsky will finish his warm-up here. Radinsky, the Long Island native. Port Washington exit 34 off the Long Island Expressway. Don't ask me which exit it is off the Grand Central. I've been out of New York too long to remember. Might be exit 36 on the LIE. Regardless, he'll pitch here with a 2-run lead. 6-4 the score. 6 runs, 5 hits, and an error for the Spartans. As that ball into the air, deep towards left. Going back is Andraco at the wall, looking up. And first pitch, and it's gone. The designated hitter, Logan Scully, with his 2nd home run of the year, ambushes Radinsky on the first pitch. And it's back to a 1-run game. 6-5 the score. So Scully wastes little time getting his team back within a run. You get the feeling that both of these 2 teams have some swings left in their bats today. That fastball catches the outside corner to McDermott in its own 1. McDermott 0 for 1 in the game, reached on a walk and scored a run in the 2nd, struck out looking in the 3rd. We'll check with the umpire in the field, but McDermott held up. The count evens 1-1. Swing and a miss. 1-2. Fly ball, foul and out of play. 1-2 the count still. Foul tip to stay alive. Nice job there by McDermott. Good pitch by Radinsky. See, he mixes up that fastball and the changeup nicely. Here's the 1-2. And that one catches for a called strike 3. McDermott frozen. First strikeout of the game for Radinsky. Give you the final line on Ayush Shetty. 3 2/3 innings, just 3 hits allowed, but did walk 6 and hit a batter. He struck out 3, allowed 4 runs, 3 of them earned. Called strike to start the at-bat against Peterson, who's 0 for 1 with a walk and a ground out. Oh, 2. Good job by Radinsky working in the strike zone here. 11 pitches, 10 of them for strikes. And you have not seen a lot of that from Spartan pitching this year in general. The 0-2. Just misses outside, 1-2. Again, tomorrow's schedule, give you that here in a second, is the 1-2 from Radinsky on the way. Outside, 2-2. The Spartans will not play until 3 p.m. That'll be against Swarthmore. Again, yet tomorrow was originally supposed to be an off day for the Spartans. They got that Monday instead with the rain out. 2-2 on the way. In the air. Foul and out of play. And so Peterson stays alive. Earlier in the day, action will start here at 9 a.m. Baldwin Wallace versus Arcadia. And then scheduled for noon is Swarthmore versus Ithaca. Then again, Case Western Reserve and Swarthmore will be at 3. And then the final game down here will be between Swarthmore and Case Western Reserve, the third meeting of the tournament. As holding up on that one is Peterson, takes it up and in, ball 3, 3-2. Final game of the tournament will be on Thursday, Case Western Reserve and Swarthmore. Again, the third time those two teams will play each other. Another one foul back. Once the Spartans finish up here in Lexington, they'll head back north on Thursday after that 10 a.m. game. And that just misses, ball 4. So 1-out walk issued by Radinsky. They'll bring Ethan Dabo to the plate, who is 1 for 2, a single and a run scored in the 4th. The Spartans will play Wittenberg on Friday at 11 a.m. in Marietta. And then on Saturday at 2:30, they'll face Johnson in Wales. And then at 5:30, they'll wrap up their spring break trip against Marietta. And then the Spartans will head back up to Cleveland after that, where they'll have a week off before playing John Carroll on March 23rd. Hard to believe we're almost at the end of March already. Or at least we will be at that point. The Spartans will make a pitching change here as they'll go to their bullpen. New pitcher coming in, I believe that's Charlie Griffith. We'll see him take the mound when we return. Well, the new pitcher on the mound will be Charlie Griffith, who will take the hill with a potential game-tying run on the base paths at first and one away. Griffith, another first-year lefty for the Spartans. 6'2", 200-pound lefty out of Columbus, Ohio, where he attended St. Charles Prep. He's making his third appearance of the year. He's 1-0 with a 6.75 ERA through 5 1/3 innings. He's struck out 7, walked 5. He's given up just 4 hits for a .211 opponent's average. And again, like most of the Spartan pitchers this year, if he's able to limit walks, he has been very effective this year. Big outing for Griffith here, who the Spartans will hope to get a little length out of. He'll take the hill with 1 out in the 5th and the potential game-time run on at first. First batter he'll face is the lefty, Ethan Didabo. And the first pitch misses up high, ball 1. Spartan pitchers have now walked 7 batters through the first 4 1/3 innings of this game. Called strike, and it's a 1-1 count. Pickoff attempt at first, not in time. In the earlier game today, the Spartans walked just 6 batters through 9 innings. Swing and a miss, and it's 1-2. Griffith's someone that the Spartans have high expectations for. There's a lot of good young arms in this freshman class. Griffith is 100% one of them. I think long term, the Spartans view Griffith as a starter. Runner goes. Pitch is taken for a ball, and Anderson couldn't get a clean handle on it. And that'll be a stolen base for Peterson, who's now in scoring position, representing the potential game-tying run with just 1 out here in the 5th. Two and two the count. Runner at second. Griffith looks back. Now the pitch. And see if he went around. He did not. So Didabo works the count full. Jack Anderson comes out to talk to his young southpaw on the mound. And Jack, now in his 6th year as a Spartan, it's a good guy to listen to if you're Charlie Griffith. Not many people with more baseball experience in the history of Division III baseball than Jack Anderson. Jack got his start right here on this field 5 years ago in 2020. Umpires are noting something on their pad. And I think they warned the dugout, it appeared. The Ithaca dugout. Now the 3-2. And that one lifted in the air. Left field could be trouble, and it'll drop for a base hit. That'll score the game-tying run. The throw goes into second. Not in time. It's an RBI double for Didabo, and we're all even. 6-6 the score. So the game even once again. It's been a good one here today. Spartans led 5-1. But Ithaca has come storming back. That ball in the air deep towards right. Harms seeing if he has room, reaches up. And it is gone. A 2-run homer for Lobsher, his 2nd home run of the day. His 3rd of the season. And Ithaca takes an 8-6 lead. Well, this is awfully similar to what Ithaca did to Baldwin Wallace in the early game. Ithaca jumped out to the early lead in that one 2-0. Baldwin Wallace then answered with 6 unanswered runs, took a 6-2 lead. And then Ithaca came back, scored 2 in the 4th, 4 in the 5th in that one. And so again, Ithaca, some really talented bats on this team, and they're showing that here today. Well, clean slate now for Griffith to work with the bases empty and 1 away. Brody, the batter, the 9-hitter. And he will strike out swinging. So Brody goes down on 3 pitches. Maybe that'll give Griffith a chance to catch his breath here. Listen, a 2-run deficit is not the end of the world. Your goal now, if you're Griffith, is just to keep it at that 2-run deficit. Called strike, 0-1 to Feeney. I'll tell you, this Ithaca team can swing it, that's for sure. Here's the 0-1. Oh, and 2. Sorry, 1-2 count. Feeney, who homered in his last at bat, a 3-run blast in the 4th. Takes that pitch for ball 2, 2-2. And it just misses. Ball 3, full count 3-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3, and that ends the inning. But the damage is done. 4 more runs across for Ithaca on 3 hits, and Ithaca jumps back out in front, 8-6 the score. And what looked like a pitcher's duel early on has turned into a slugfest here. Top of the order due up for the Spartans as they'll look to answer back. Anderson, Camphausen, and Stilson due up when we return. New pitcher on the mound for Ithaca is Cooper Albert. We'll tell you more about him in a second. But first, final line on Dan Kellican, who all of a sudden is in line for the win here. Kellican, an inning and a third, 1 run unearned on 2 hits and a walk, no strikeouts. And he did a pretty good job stunting the Spartans' momentum and allowing his team to come back in the game. New pitcher is Cooper Albert, a 5'10", 175-pound sophomore, and a right-handed pitcher out of State College, Pennsylvania, State College High School. He's making his 3rd appearance of the season, and he has looked great. In fact, he's faced 4 batters so far this year. He has struck out 4 batters so far this year. That's coming off of a season last year where he made 4 appearances in 1 start, went 2 1/3 innings, and the results were certainly not as tidy. He allowed 5 hits, 5 walks, gave up 11 runs, 9 of them earned, struck out 2. Pitched to a 34.71 ERA as a first year, but so far this year has been a very different story for Albert. And he will get things going against the top of the Spartans order, Anderson, Camphausen, and Stilson, with Ithaca leading 8-6. Ithaca had to spend a few of their better bullpen arms in the earlier game today. Jack Collier and Sean Kelly both got into the game. And I would imagine both who pitched multiple innings are not available for the game here. We'll see what Albert can do as the first pitch to Anderson misses inside, ball 1. Jack drew a walk with the bases loaded his last time up. Picked up his 7th RBI of the season as the count evens 1-1. He's 0 for 2 in the game. Here's the 1-1. Down and away, 2-1. That misses inside, 3-1. It's been a long day of baseball here at Lexington County Stadium First game started about 9:30 in the morning. We are on hour number 13 of baseball. Ground ball hit hard to short. Long throw on, plenty of time. Good job by the shortstop Brody to get the out, and Anderson is retired. And there's one gone here in the sixth for Dane Camphausen. Camphausen has been on base all 3 times he's come to the plate today. Singled in the first and then walked twice in the 4th inning. Came around to score a run with the first walk that led the inning off, and then the second walk came with the bases loaded and brought another run across. First pitch to Camphausen. And a big swing and a miss, 0-1. Eight 6, Ithaca leading. Nice fastball on the inside corner, catches for a strike, and it's 0-2. Oh-2 pitch. That went in the dirt, 1-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Camphausen went chasing a pitch outside, and he's down swinging. Second out of the inning. Now Tyler Stilson will be the batter with 2 away and the bases empty. Stilson 1 for 3, a single and 2 flyouts to right today for Stilson. That ball hit in the air into left, and it'll drop in for a base hit. Stilson is going to take a big turn at first, but he'll stop there. And Stilson, who has been swinging a great bat all season, but especially down here in Lexington, has another base hit. He's got 6 hits now in 9 at-bats today between the 2 games he's played. So 2 outs, and the inning continues for Nick Harms, who is 2 for 3 in this game with a 3-run homer that got the Spartans scoring. Started in the 4th inning. Can tie the game here with 1 swing. First pitch to Harms. And it misses inside, ball 1. And it was a 1-0 game after 3 innings. The last 2 innings, the teams have combined for 13 runs. What will the final 4 innings have in store for us? Count evens 1-1 on Harms. 2-1. Hitters count here for Nick Harms. Ahead in the count, 2-1. Three and 1. Not much of a lead at first for Stilson. Here's a 3-1 to Harms. And he hits that through the left side of the infield for a base hit. So a single for Harms through the left side. He'll do that every once in a while. Nick will poke one through the left side of the infield, and he'll keep the inning going for a red-hot Franco Alonso. 1 for 3 in the game today, now hitting a .441 on the season. Feels like a big at-bat here for Franco with the game-tying runs on the base paths. Good speed, especially with Harms at first base as the trailing runner. Alonso's certainly capable of going deep on his own. He has 1 home run, 6 runs batted in this season. 5 doubles as well. That ball in the dirt. And boy, a bad break as it bounces away right into Alonso, back to the catcher, but the throw gets away. Harms will come around to score. And unbelievable. An errant throw results in 2 runs coming around to score. It never got into the argument coming from David Valcente, the head coach for Ithaca, is that it got caught in the tarp, but it never got caught in the tarp. It just bounced off the front of it. And the umpire, home plate umpire, saw it clearly. So that makes it a 1-1 count. Well, we're all tied up again at 8, and I'll tell you what, that's just a bit of a shocking one there. You just don't see plays like that very often. Heads up base running once again by Nick Harms, who scores all the way from first base on an error. This just an inning removed from him scoring from second on an error on a ball that never left the infield. And so Nick Harms, who's certainly done it with his bat here today, he's been on base 3 times, including a 3-run homer. He's done it with his legs, too. Outside, and it's 2-1. Two-one pitch. That ball in the air, deep towards left, back towards the wall, looking up, and it is gone. Franco Alonso, a solo home run, and the Spartans are back in front. His second of the season. The ball is traveling well here today. That home run makes the previous 2 runs in the inning earned. And the Spartans are back on top. What a wild game this one has been. What a wild day today has been. Now Matt Trout, the batter, fouls off the first pitch. And it's an 0-1 count on Trout, who has walked twice and flown out to center field in his 3 trips to the plate. The 0-1. Off the plate, ball 1, 1-1 the count. Again, Alonso, the kind of guy, he gets overlooked with some of the guys who are in the lineup around him, but boy, what a hitter he is. And I've said this before, how did Cornell not find a way to get Franco Alonso into his game on the time on the team? I mean, it is unreal. He is, you know, I know Division I, Division III, I don't care. Franco Alonso can hit the baseball. 2-2 the count. Two and two, 2 away. Pitch on the way to Trout. Outside, full count 3-2. Well, Albert appeared to be headed towards a quick first inning of work here in the 6th. He got the first 2 batters out, and not just any 2 batters. It was 2 preseason All-Americans in Anderson and Camphausen, but then gives up a single to Stilson, single to Harms, the 2-run score on the error, and then the solo home run by Alonso. As Trout fouls another one off. Trout has had some really good at-bats today, and I'll tell you, you got to be encouraged by the way Trout has handled himself at the plate in this one. Seeing a lot of pitches today. And it's low, ball 4. And Trout draws the walk to keep the inning going, and now Logan Andreyko will be the batter. Andreyko, bit of a tough day at the plate. 0 for 3, reached on a fielder's choice and scored a run back in the 4th. Other than that, he has hit into a double play and popped out to first base. Takes that inside, ball 1. Some soft tossing going on in the Ithaca bullpen as Albert approaches the 30 pitches for the inning. That one just caught the inside corner in the 28th pitch of the inning. And it's a 1-1 count. Here's the 1-1. Outside, 2-1. Three and one. And I'll tell you, I think that throwing error by the catcher, Didabo, earlier in the inning just took Albert out of his rhythm. Here's the 3-1. Ground ball hit towards the right side. Diving stop by the second baseman. Throw from the ground is in time to get the out. A really nice play by Connor Peterson, who has had some really nice defensive plays overall today. And that will end the inning, but the Spartans strike for 3 runs in the 6th, and they retake the lead. It's now 9-8 as we head into the bottom of the 6th. It'll be McDonough, Laney, and Scully, 2, 3, and 4 in the Ithaca order, due up to face Charlie Griffith when we return. Okay, Charlie Griffith, you have a 1-run lead to work with again here. Let's see what you got, kiddo. The first year out of Columbus, and certainly at a time where I think both teams right now are looking for someone who could stabilize things on the mound. Let's see what Griffith could do here. Griffith came in the 5th inning and was hit pretty hard. After coming into the game, he allowed a double, a home run, and then got back-to-back strikeouts. So let's see, maybe Griffith is settled in here. Again, all the talent in the world for Griffith, and he's got the right attitude, too. You've been actually sitting in front of Charlie on the bus rides back and forth to the ballpark, and just tell he's going to be a good one for this team. Breaking ball there is a called strike to McDonough, 0-1. Tough hitter here in McDonough. The Spartans, for the most part, have held in check. He's grounded out and walked twice, but he's a .448 hitter on the season. Called strike there, and now 0-2. That one misses down and in, 1-2. Ayush Shetty started the game for the Spartans today, was looking great, and then just ran out of steam at the end as that ball hit up the middle for a base hit by McDonough. 7th hit of the game for Ithaca, and the potential game-tying run is on the base pass once again. Shetty started, went 3 2/3 innings, gave up 3 hits, did walk 6, struck out 3, allowed 4 runs, 3 of them earned, and really for Shetty, it was one bad pitch. He allowed a 3-run homer with 2 outs in the 4th. That looms fairly large at the moment. A lot of power in this game for both teams. 3 homers in the game for Ithaca, 2 for the Spartans. Laney at the plate. He's 0 for 2 with a hit by pitch and a pair of ground outs. Called strike, and it's 1-1. Approaching 10:30 now. Throw back to first, not in time. Shetty gave way to Jeff Radinsky, who went 2/3 of an inning, allowed a run or 2 runs on a hit and a walk. Chopper first base side foul, and it's 1-2 on Laney. And now Charlie Griffith on the mound has given up 2 runs on 3 hits in his 2/3 of an inning of work. He has struck out 2. There's action in the Spartan bullpen. I believe that's Oliver Miller out there warming. Pitch taken high, throw down to second. The tag is not in time. Oh, boy. Thought Arterburn got the tag down in time, but called safe at second, and now runner in scoring position with nobody out and a 2-2 count at the plate. Here's the 2-2. Foul tipped. And staying alive is Laney. 2-2 still. Secondary pitches look sharp today for Griffith. He's got a lot of swings and misses on those. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Good pitch there from Griffith to get the first out of the inning. See, Griffith is generating a lot of swings and misses today. But when contact has been made against him, it's been hit hard. Breaking ball stays up high. It's 1-0. This is Logan Scully at the plate. Scully led off the 5th inning with a solo home run off Jeff Radinsky. Foul tips that one back, 1-1. Strike on the outside corner, 1-2. One out, runner at second. Ethan McDonough representing the potential game-tying run. That ball in the dirt and gets away. A wild pitch. Moving up to third now is McDonough. So he's 90 feet away. Meanwhile, the count even on Scully now, 2-2. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike three. The Spartans had the infield pulled in there. They'll be able to back up now with 2 away in the inning. Now Andrew McDermott will be the batter. Not out of the forest yet is Griffith, who will face McDermott, a .346 hitter, 0 for 2 in the game. He struck out twice, walked once. First pitch. Breaking ball stays up high. It's 1-0. That ball in the air, left field, and Draco in, puts it away, and that'll end the inning. And a nice inning there for Griffith, who works around the leadoff single, leaves McDonough stranded at third, and we will move into the 7th. Back third of the game. It's 9-8, Case Western Reserve leading when we come back. Case Western Reserve leading 9-8 will send their 8, 9, and 1 hitters up to the plate this inning. Carinci, Arterburn, and Anderson due up to hit here in the 7th, and they'll face a new pitcher. It'll be the lefty Sean Kelly. Kelly making his 2nd appearance of the day. He pitched in the game earlier today, actually. Picked up a save in that game, his first of the season. And an inning and a third against Baldwin Wallace to close it out. Allowed just 1 hit, no runs, no walks, 1 strikeout. Retired 4 of the 5 batters he faced. I don't have a pitch count for him there. We didn't keep track of pitches for that one. But went an inning and a third, and so you would expect that maybe he would not be available all of, what, like 3 hours later? 3.5 hours later or so? But here he is, probably you would think for just an inning, but, you know, I'm the guy who thought he wouldn't be in the game at all today, so who knows? Kelly, who wears number 13, a graduate student lefty from South Hempstead, New York, Southside High School, 6'2", 170 pounds. including the appearance earlier today. Kelly, through 3 appearances this year, no record of 4.5 ERA and 1 save. Through 4 innings, he's given up just 4 hits. He's walked 2, struck out 2, 3 runs allowed, 2 of them earned. He'll face the bottom of the Spartans' order here. Carinci, Arterburn, and then back to the top with Anderson, as Carinci takes a ball to start off his at-bat, 1-0. Two and 0. Carenci's average at 0.91 for the year now. And that ball in the air down the line and right, but foul. Carinci just seems to be a little bit behind the pitches right now. We've seen him foul a lot of balls off that right side, a lot of kind of lazy flies down the right field line. Now in his 5th season of college baseball, he's one of the best hitters in program history, but that one's fouled away. Has had some injury trouble throughout his career, and I think those injuries may be piling up a little bit and have led to his slow start to this season. Takes that a bit up high, and the count goes full, 3-2. But this is what Zach will do. He'll give you a quality at bat every time up. He'll see pitches. See if he could get on here. Here's the 3-2 to Carinci. Swing and a miss, strike 3. And Zach down swinging for the first out of the inning. So I'll bring Nate Arterburn to the plate. Arterburn 0 for 2 in the game. Was hit by a pitch in the 4th and what ended up being a key play in this one. So that breaking ball in there for a called strike, 0-1. Arterburn was hit on the foot with a pitch, behind in the count, 0-2 with 2 on and 2 outs, and that led to 2 more runs scoring in the inning. Takes that low for ball 1, 1-1 the count. Here's the 1-1. Arterburn squares the bunt and bunts it foul. Tried for a push bunt there. Just above the letters, ball 2, 2-2. Job by Arterburn staying alive. Count stays at 2-2. Two-two pitch. Another one fouled away. Two-two pitch. Down and in, 3-2, and Kelly works another full count here. He's gone full of the first 2 batters. He's about to throw his 14th pitch of the inning again, pitching for the 2nd time today. Here's the pitch. That one lined into right field. It's a base hit. Well, Arterburn with a good at-bat there to bust out of a bit of a slump. And he's on at first now with 1 away, and the batter coming to the plate is Jack Anderson. Anderson hitless today, which is a rarity for him. He's grounded out to short 3 times, has reached on a walk. That came with the bases loaded. See if Anderson could get something going. Pitch taken up high, ball 1. This is a great job by the Spartans making Kelly work here. Again, pitching for the second time today. Second time in about 4 hours. Pickoff attempt at first, and it gets away. And moving up to second on an error on the pickoff attempt is Arterburn. We've seen a few of those today, haven't we? I feel like we have seen more of those today than I think I've seen in whole tournaments down here sometimes. I mean, that's got to be like the 5th or 6th time today on a pickoff attempt that someone has thrown the ball away. So runner in scoring position now. Big insurance run out there for Anderson, who swings through a 2-0 pitch and misses. It's 2-1. Inside, 3-1. Walk here would put 2 on for Dane Camphausen. Here's the 3-1 pitch. Up and high for ball 4. And on the 19th pitch of the inning from Kelly, he walks Anderson and now bring Camphausen to the plate. Camphausen 1 for 2 in the game, a single in the first, walked twice in the 4th inning when the Spartans sent 11 batters to the plate, and struck out swinging his last time up in the 6th. Swing and a miss there from Camphausen, and it's 0-1. The 0-1. Swung on, chopped down the third baseline, foul, and Camphausen in an 0-2 hole. Arterburn reached on a 1-out single. Anderson followed with a walk. They're at first and second with 1 out still. And Dane Camphausen, the big bat in the Spartans lineup, at the plate. He's behind in the count, 0-2 against Kelly. Kelly's pitch. Up high, 1-2. And that misses, 2-2. Kelly made 17 appearances last year for Ithaca, including 3 starts. He was 3-1 with a 5.33 ERA. Opponents hit .304 against him. So that one misses outside, and the count goes from 0-2 to full 3-2. Decent speed on the Bates pass. Probably better with the trailing runner Anderson than the lead runner Arterburn. Not sure if the Spartans will put the runners in motion here. 3-2, the pitch to Camphausen. And he wastes one away. Here's the 3-2 pitch. And can he hold? No, they'll say Camphausen went around. And that'll be strike 3. So a big second out there for Kelly as he gets Camphausen swinging. And now Tyler Stilson will be the batter with 2 away and 2 on. Stilson singled in his last at bat. Tyler riding a hot streak right now. He's 2 for 4 with 2 runs scored today. And that's a called strike on the outside corner, 0-1. Dabo framed that nicely over that outside corner. The 0-1. That's lifted. Foul down the first base side. It'll get out of play. And it's now an 0-2 count on Stilson. Kelly is now 28 pitches deep into this inning. His 29th pitch, it's an 0-2 to Stilson. And that one's hit hard to first. Gloved nicely there, and taking it to the bag for the out is Laney. And that will end the inning. So the score remains 9-8 as we move into the bottom of the 7th. It'll be the bottom of the order. Actually, 6, 7, and 8. Peterson, Dabo, and Lobsher due up for Ithaca when we come back. Connor Peterson, the batter, he has been impressive in the field with the glove, and will bat here now with his team trailing by a run, 9-8. Charlie Griffith back out on the mound. Griffith seemed to settle in a little bit last inning there. Delivers the first pitch down low for ball 1, 1-0. Action continuing in the Spartan bullpen. And that is Oliver Miller out there. Pitches inside, 2-0. We're in the bottom of the 7th. 3-0 count now. 9-8 the score in a roller coaster game. Again, there was 1 run scored between the two teams in the first 3 innings. In the middle 3 innings, the teams combined to score 16 runs. And a 4-pitch walk to start the 7th for Griffith. That is not how you wanted to start this inning if you're Griffith, and now Ethan Dabo will be the batter. Dabo came into this game hitless on the season. He was 0 for 3. Well, he's got a couple hits in this one. A single back in the 4th, a double in the 5th. Takes that one up high, and Griffith's got to find the strike zone here. That one gets away. A pass ball will move the runner up another 90 feet, so Peterson now in scoring position representing the potential game-tying run. We'll see how long the Spartans stay with Griffith. As they try to hold on to a one-run lead that has felt precarious at best here. Again, squaring the bunt is to Dabo. This time takes a called strike. It's 2-1. Called strike at the knees, 2-2. Griffith can play with some breaking pitches here. Let's see what he comes with, 2-2. Lefty-lefty matchup. He delivers. Went with the fastball. Dabo holds on the swing. And the count goes full, 3-2. Payoff pitch on the way. Chopper, first base. Camphausen has it. Will take it to the bag himself for the out. Moving up to third on the play is Peterson. Now the tying run 90 feet away for the 8-hitter Ryan Lobsher, who has looked incredibly impressive in the 2 games today. Lobsher hit a 2-run homer off Griffith his last time up. He's driven in 3, 1 for 2. It was his second home run of the day. And the Spartans will intentionally walk him here. So that'll set up a double play with the 9-hitter Brody coming up. Brody 0 for 2 with a walk today. Brody hitting a 200 on the year. He'll have a chance to tie the game with a swing. That ball in the dirt. Anderson blocked it nicely, and it's 1-0. Now the 1-0 pitch. Inside corner, called strike. 1-1. Good breaking ball there. Here's the pitch. Ground ball to third. Carinci with it to second for 1. On to first. And it is in time. Double play. The Spartans turn the double play and the inning is over. Just what the doctor ordered for Griffith, and the Spartans will head back to the dugout with that 1-run lead intact. 9-8 the score. We'll be back for the top of the 8th for Case Western Reserve. It'll be Harms, Alonzo, and Trout due up when we return. The Spartans with the 5-4-3 double play to work their way out of trouble. This will be Luke Zelenko coming in. Zelenko normally number 34, but wearing number 14 it appears today. Someone left their gray uniform in Ithaca, I guess. You would be surprised how much that happens on a baseball trip. You know, there's no clubhouse attendant to load up the bus before they get going. So if you forget your uniform, you better hope someone's willing to loan you one. So Linko, a first-year pitcher, 5'11", 185 out of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, Avonworth High School. Zelenko has made 2 appearances this season. He's pitched 2 innings, an ERA of 13.5. He's allowed 3 runs on 3 hits with 3 strikeouts and 2 walks. And the first pitch, not close for ball 1 to Nick Harms. Harms is having himself another day. He's having himself a weekend. The batting average for Harms is now up to .342 on the season. That includes a 3-for-4 showing here today, as that's in there for a strike, 1-1. Harms hit his 3rd home run of the season earlier. It's his 3rd home run in the last 3 games. The 1-1. Zelenko ready, sets and delivers. And Harms takes a big cut at that one and fouls it back, and it's 1-2. (9-8) the score. We're in the 8th inning. Ithaca the home team for this game, so they've got 2 more at-bats to try to get that run back. They've been on the precipice in each of the last 2 innings. That's inside, and it hits Harms. And so Harms on base to start the inning. The Spartans would love to add some runs on here. So Harms has stolen base threat on at first. We'll see if he's running here. He's stolen 2 bases on as many tries so far this season. Franco Alonso at the plate. He's red hot as well. Homered in his last at-bat. His 2nd of the season. And that's inside. Goes off the catcher's glove. And moving up to second base on a pass ball is Nick Harms. Zelenko a little bit wild early on in this appearance. I'll bring the catcher, the Dabo, out to talk to him. That is a huge insurance run out there right now for the Spartans. The other thing with Case Western Reserve, I don't know if Jack Anderson is available to pitch in this game. He pitched earlier today in a 4-run game, closed out the win over Arcadia. Again, I don't know if the Spartans, after he's caught all day today, if they would be comfortable then turning to him and say, okay, let's have you pitch twice in the same day. Called strike, 1-1. Not to mention how important Jack is to this team, and the last thing you want to do is risk him getting hurt, and then not only would you lose, potentially losing him as a pitcher, but maybe losing him as a hitter too. And so I don't think we're going to see Jack on the mound in this one. That's hit hard to first, fielded on a hop. Great play by Laney at first base. Boy, it's been some good defense today by both teams, but Ithaca, the right side of their infield has been great. Moving up to third base is Harms. And now Matt Trout will be the batter. Trout, some really good at-bats today. He's walked 3 times. Doesn't have a hit to show for it here, but a big opportunity for him to try to drive this run in. Yeah, this feels like a run the Spartans absolutely need to get. Infield pulled in for Ithaca. First pitch to Trout. A breaking ball down the middle for a strike from Zelenko. It's 0-1. Trout has been so patient at the plate today. He has worked some fantastic at-bats. Breaking ball down and away, 1-1. And that feels like that's going to be his next step in his evolution as a hitter, is learning how to work some deeper counts. And I'll tell you, he has done a great job of that here today. But now he's got to cash in that run. It's 1-1 count, one away. Runner at third is Harms. Down and away with the breaking ball. It's 2-1. You balance the need to make contact here and make good contact with the fact that Zelenko has now been a little errant so far in his pitching early in this game. He's been a little wild, and so tough as that one misses off the inside portion of the plate, bounces away from Didabo, but not far enough for Harms to score. But the count now 3-1 on Trout. And with the runner at third, and that runner being so important, if you're Zelenko here, you've got to make a competitive pitch. You're not necessarily looking to walk Trout, but what you can't do is say, okay, it's 3-1, I have to throw a strike and put one down the middle that Trout can make good enough contact with to drive that run in. You have to make a competitive pitch here if you're Zelenko. Here's his 3-1. Outside, ball 4, but that was a good pitch. I think if you're Zelenko, you live with that. And if you're Trout, you've just picked up your 4th walk of the game, and give Trout a lot of credit here. Now you get to the next question here, is how aggressive on the base pass do you want to be with Trout? I don't think you can risk him running into an out here. But Logan Andraco has grounded out a couple of times today, and I think you have to be a little bit careful with Logan at the plate to try to make sure that he doesn't hit into a double play here. And it's going to be a different pitcher, it appears, as Zelenko's day may be done. So it's 9-8, runners on the corners, 1 out in the 8th. A big inning here for the Spartans, and another new pitcher coming in for Ithaca. We'll be back, tell you more about him in just a minute. New pitcher on the mound will be Danny Drodos for Ithaca. Sophomore out of the Bronx, a Fordham Prep product. He's 1-0 this season over 2 appearances, including a start. He's thrown 5 innings, given up 9 hits over those 5 innings, but he's walked just 1, struck out 5. A .429 batting average against him this year. I'd imagine he's coming into this game and hoping to try to get a double play here. His first appearance down here in Lexington. His start, I believe, came against the Merchant Marine Academy, where he went 4 innings, gave up just 1 run on 4 hits, struck out 3, did not walk a batter. He has a relief appearance as well against Salve Regina, when an inning gave up 4 runs on 5 hits and a walk. First pitch to Andreyko, the lefty, and it bounces away, and moving up to second base is going to be Trout, and that is huge. Now the double play is now off the table. That's big. Lefty-lefty matchup here as well with Andreyko at the plate. Andreyko 2 for 5 against lefties this year. That ball swung on and missed. That gets away. Here comes Harms, and he'll score again. And back-to-back wild pitches. And the Spartans get a big insurance run. It's 2-1. Called strike, 2-2. Two and two on Andreyko, trying to drive the runner in, and he can't. Swing and a miss, strike 3. And Andreyko down swinging for the second out of the inning. And now Zach Carinci will come to the plate in a big at-bat here as he'll try to drive in Trout from third. Carinci 0 for 3 in the game. Walked and scored a run back in the third inning, or in the fourth inning, excuse me. Takes a called strike, and it's 0-1. See if Carinci can deliver a big hit here, like he has so many times over his career. He lifts that foul, and it's 0-2. So Carinci behind in the count. Trodo sets and delivers. That ball swung on, ground to short. Brody with it. It's throw to first, right on target, and that'll end the inning. But the Spartans get a run without the benefit of a hit. And we will move along into the bottom of the 8th. The Spartans' lead is up to 2 again. It's 10-8. We'll be back in just a minute. Well, Charlie Griffith will come back out for another inning of work here. It feels like he's been walking the tightrope the entire game. But Ithaca has been unable to break through. And the Spartans' lead is up to 2 now. 10-8 the score. Special thank you to all the staff here at Lexington County Baseball Stadium. Up in the press box here, we got Blake and Christopher working with us here today, and they have been here since, I was going to say since 9 a.m. You guys didn't get here at 9 a.m., though. I know. Blake, when did you pull in this morning? 7 a.m. Well, we're getting close. Hang in there a little longer, guys. It has been a long day of baseball. It's been a fun day. There have been a lot of entertaining games. but sometimes the entertaining ones are the long ones. And, boy, as we move into the bottom of the 8th, it has been a long day. Griffith back out on the mound, worked around a leadoff walk his last time up. He'll face the top of the order here. Gets a swing and a miss from Feeney, who has a home run today. A big 3-run shot against Shetty earlier in the day. 1-1 the count. Here's the 1-1 pitch. That in the air, down the left field line, tailing foul, and it'll get out of play. So 1-2 count now on Feeney. Oliver Miller still up in the bullpen. He's been throwing on and off for the last few innings. As that ball lifted foul and out of play. Count stays at 1-2. 50 pitches down the game for Griffith. And the breaking ball just a bit inside. Griffith thought he had it, but it's 2-2. And that one's popped up. Behind home plate, Anderson trying to track it, and the umpire almost got in his way, but Anderson puts it away for the out. Jack and the home plate umpire sharing a laugh over that one. And the batter now is Ethan McDonough. Strike one. Strike two at the knees. Griffith looking sharp. And just missed off the outside corner. Ball one. And that's in the dirt, and that one caught the umpire. Two and two count now. And up high, ball four. And it's a one-out walk to bring the potential game-tying run to the plate. We get a pinch hitter here, Matt Curtis coming to the plate. Curtis will pinch hit for Laney. And now Matt Englander is coming out. And that may be it for Griffith. Well, let's see. He's talking with Griffith here. Griffith will stay in, at least for the moment. That's taken down low, and it's 2-0. Outside corner, nice pitch, 2-1. Two-one offering from Griffith. In the air, deep towards left, but playable. Trout coming in, stepping in front of Andraco, and he makes the catch for the out. Curtis is retired for the second out of the inning. So 2 outs now. Batter is Logan Scully. Scully has a home run already today. He's 1 for 3 with a solo shot. Hits that one foul. And it's 0-1. Swing and a miss, 0-2, and Griffith a strike away from getting through the inning. 0-2 count, 2 outs. 2-run lead for the Spartans here in the bottom of the 8th. Griffith rocks and delivers. Here's the 0-2. And just getting a piece of it there is Scully to stay alive, and the count stays at 0-2. Here's the 0-2. Fastball up and out, 1-2. A little low, 2-2. Two offering. Well, up high, 3-2, full count. So the runner from first will get the early start here with a 3-2 count and 2 away. Here's the 3-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3, and Charlie Griffith gets the strikeout to end the 8th. No runs, no hits, no errors. The man left on. 9th inning coming up. Spartans coming to bat, trying to add on. It'll be Arterburn, Anderson, and Camphausen when we come back. Drodo stays in the game for Ithaca here. He'll face Nate Arterburn to start things off in the ninth as the Spartans hoping to add to a lead that sits at 2 runs, and just nothing feels safe right now. Jack Anderson due up next. And again, I don't think we're going to see him close this one out, as that's a called strike, 1-1. And he pitched earlier today, and I just think this is going to be up to, again, my guess is, well, it may be Charlie Griffith's game to try to close out. That ball in the air, deep towards center field, circling in, now taking a few steps in and making the catch to retire Arterburn is Feeney for the first out of the inning. So 1 gone. Now bring Jack Anderson to the plate with the bases empty and 1 away. Anderson hitless in this one. He's been on base twice with a walk and has grounded out to short his other 3 plate appearances. First pitch to Anderson. Strike at the knees, 0-1. Anderson with a 9-game hitting streak rockets that one deep towards left center field, make it a 10-game hitting streak and a 3-run lead. Jack Anderson with his 2nd home run of the season, and that's a big blast to deep left center. And that is a big insurance run for the Spartans, who are on top 11-8. Well, they needed that, and now let's see if Anderson heads out to the bullpen to begin to warm up, or if this is going to be left to some other arms here today. It's now a 3-run lead for the Spartans with 1 out here in the top of the 9th, and Dane Camphausen coming to the plate. Dane has struck out in each of his last 2 at-bats, hits that one hard but foul. And it's an 0-1 count on Camphausen. Camphausen 1 for 3 in the game. He's walked twice, singled, struck out twice. Takes a called strike there, and it's 0-2. Tyler Stilson out on deck. Here's the 0-2. That ball hit hard and through for a base hit. That'll roll all the way into left center field. Camphausen turns at first, but he'll put the brakes on it. It's an 0-2 single for Dane through the left side of the infield. And he's now on with 1 away in the inning. And now Tyler Stilson will step up to bat. Stilson 2 for 5 today. That one grounded through the left side for a base hit. Camphausen goes station to station. Stilson first pitch swinging, gets his 3rd hit of the game. And it's 1st and 2nd with 1 away, and that will bring Nick Harms to the plate. Harms is having himself some kind of day. He's now 3 for 4 with 4 runs scored, 3 RBIs. He does have a 3-run home run today. And a chance to really put an exclamation point on this one. He swings, hits that one deep to straightaway center field, but it's playable out there. Feeney makes the catch. Camphausen chugging down the base pass to 3rd as he'll tag on that one. Harms tried to ambush Drodos on the first pitch and hit it hard, but to the deepest part of the ballpark. And it'll be 1st and 3rd with 2 away now for Franco Alonso, who continues to stay hot. Alonso 2 for 5 today, including a solo home run. His last time up, hit a ball hard down the first baseline. That Laney robbed him of a base hit. 2 outs, runners on the corners. Called first strike to Alonso, 0-1. That one fouled off. And it's 0-2. And just off the outside corner for ball one. 1-2 the count. That ball hit in the air, deep towards left field. Back at the wall, making the catch in left field is McDermott to end the inning. Alonso gave that one another nice ride. Well, the Spartans had a run on 3 hits in the frame, including a solo home run by Jack Anderson, and we'll head into the bottom of the 9th. Last chance for Ithaca, with Case Western Reserve leading by 3, 11-8 the score. It'll be McDermott, Peterson, and Didabo to try to start things off for Ithaca when we come back. New pitcher on the mound for the Spartans is Jack Anderson. Carson Walker takes over the catching duties. Jack Anderson has now caught 16 innings today, and he's pitched 2 innings. This will be his second outing of the day, and he'll take the hill here after hitting the solo home run last inning with 1 out. A huge blast for the Spartans. And now he'll try to close it out. He pitched the 9th inning of the early game today, and now, oh yeah, he's got to take his wrist wrap off. Seems somewhat familiar, doesn't it? So, Anderson, who had his fingers taped, his wrist taped after catching, is now going to have to remove that. Jack pitched earlier today, worked around a hit in a otherwise flawless 9th inning. On the season, Anderson, making his 4th appearance of the year, he's got 2 saves through 3 2/3 innings. He's allowed just 1 hit, no walks, struck out 6. Fastball is low, 1-0 to McDermott to start things off. It'll be 5, 6, and 7 in the Ithaca order. McDermott, Peterson, and Didabo, with Anderson trying to protect a 3-run lead for the Spartans. That's inside for a ball, 2-0. And I wasn't sure if the Spartans would turn to Anderson here with the workload today. Swing and a miss there by McDermott, and it's 2-1. But here we are with Anderson trying to protect a 3-run lead in the ninth. That one skips in the dirt, 3-1. Eleven to 8 the score, bottom of the ninth inning. Ithaca at the plate trying to mount a comeback here as Anderson delivers the pitch. And that's high, ball 4. So Anderson walks McDermott on 5 pitches. And will now face Connor Peterson. Peterson has walked 3 times today, is 0 for 1 at the plate. Strike at the knees, 0-1. Fouled off, 0-2. $11:35. It's been 14 straight hours of baseball here. Anderson trying to close it out. Down low for a ball, 1-2. Again, Anderson out pitching. Carson Walker's taken over the catching duties. Had a nice block there as the count goes to 2-2. Here's the 2-2 from Anderson. In the air, down the line, and right, and foul. Count stays at 2-2. Spartans trying to win both games today. They had a 10-6 win earlier in the day over Arcadia, and now lead 11-8 over Ithaca here in the bottom of the ninth. And it just misses for a ball. 3-2, full count. Here's the 3-2 pitch. Ground ball, first base side. It'll go fair. And no, they say foul. And so the count stays at 3-2. Camphausen, I think, was trying to see if it would roll back fair. He would step on the base. Another 3-2 coming from Anderson. Runner goes, the pitch skied in the air, shallow right, charging in hard is Harms. He has it. He throws to first, and the throw is a bit low. Not sure he would have had the runner anyway, but either way, it'll be the first out of the inning as Peterson is retired. Good job by Nick Harms to get to that. Remember, Harms played center field for the Spartans his first year on the team. He is a great defensive right fielder. He covers a lot of ground, strong arm. And he had shown his defensive mettle here today, and certainly on that play. So 1 out now for Ethan Didabo, the catcher. Didabo 2 for 4 with 2 runs and an RBI today First pitch, fastball for a strike, 0-1. This has been a shot-for-shot kind of game here. These two teams have been going at it hard. Fun one to watch. In the dirt for a ball, it's 1-1. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Called strike, 1-2. Dermott takes his lead from first. Dabo waits the 1-2 pitch. On the inside corner, a called strike 3, and there's 2 gone. So 2 outs now, and it's down to Ryan Lobsher to try to keep the inning going. Lobsher was intentionally walked his last time up. How often do you see the 8 hit? Well, at least nowadays that the pitcher in the major league doesn't hit anymore. How often do you see the 8-hitter get intentionally walked? But Lobsher has earned that today. He has 2 home runs overall for the day, including a 2-run shot in this game. Falls behind in the count, 0-1. This will be the 19th pitch of the inning for Anderson. Here's the 0-1. Swing and a miss at a ball in the dirt. Runner will move up to second, although the tag was actually closer than I thought it was going to be at first. But meanwhile, the count goes to 0-2. McDermott moves to second on the wild pitch. And now Anderson a strike away from closing this one out. 0-2 the count, 2 away, runner at second base. It's frankly irrelevant. With a 3-run lead, Anderson needs to get the batter at the plate, and it's fouled back by Lobsher. Count stays at 0-2. Oh, and 2 count again. And Anderson will step off the mound. I think Carson Walker comes out. It's funny to watch Jack talk to Carson. I think, Carson out there sort of is just going along with whatever Jack says. Jack's the expert. He's the one who calls almost every pitch for the Spartans. Now, you want me to come out, Jack? Sure, I'll head on out there. I mean, again, usually when you see these meetings on the mound, it's the catcher who's kind of dictating the conversation. That was all Jack. And it's not a knock on Carson by any means. It's just, that's Jack. 0-2 the count, 2 away. The pitch from Anderson here in the bottom of the 9th. Strike 3 in the dirt. Walker has it. The throw to first is low and gets away, and the game will continue. Lobsher stays at first, coming around to score. It's an unearned run, and it's a little closer. That'll bring the potential game-tying run to the plate. So it's now 11-9. And the batter at the plate will be Riley Brody. Lobsher actually did move up to second on the play, as that's in the dirt, ball 1. 1-0 pitch. Popped up behind home plate, fouling out of play. Brody looking to get a measure of vengeance from when he grounded into an inning-ending 5-4-3 double play with the tying run at third back in the 7th. It's a 1-1 count on the shortstop for the Ithaca. Carinci playing in on the edge of the grass at third, as there's a called strike, and once again Ithaca down to its final strike. One and two the count. Here's the pitch from Anderson. That ball hit in the air, deep towards right field, going back his arms at the edge of the wall, looking up, coming in, and he makes the catch. And the game is over. Boy, oh boy. Brody got a lot of that one, but just shy of the wall. And that will end the game. The Spartans win by a final of 11-9 as Case Western Reserve gets a big win here today over a very, very good Ithaca team. The Spartans now 6-4 on the season. Ithaca drops to 6-3. The winning pitcher today is Charlie Griffith. He improves to 1-0. Save goes to Jack Anderson, his third of the season. And the losing pitcher is Albert. He will fall to 0-1. The game lasted 3 hours and 46 minutes. Attendance here at the ballpark for this one was 213. Want to thank everyone once again for joining us today. Reminder, we'll be back with you 3 o'clock tomorrow when the Spartans face Swarthmore. Have a great evening, everybody. Final score once again in a fun one, 11-9, Case Western Reserve with the win. Have a great evening.